Hello, and welcome. This one. Hi. I still have the night in the woods spare. But I'm keeping it. How's everybody doing? Let's find out what we're drawing today. Can I get the old random number generator here? I should have been more prepared. Okay. First one. We got farm. So we're probably doing a junior drawing. Let's see. Fast. Okay. And then this one I don't know how friendly Twitch will be for this, but this is our third one. We'll see what happens for that. Gonna group those together for now. Alright, let's figure out what it is we actually want to draw. Junior for sure. What if it was like, what if it was like, what if it's like, oh, I know, okay. I know what I'll do. We're gonna have like a let me hold on, I need reference for this. Can I even get reference for this? This could work. Okay. I'm gonna do like Jesse staying at Junior's place or something. And Junior rushing past Jesse. It'll make sense. You'll have to wait and see. Alright, so this person's kind of got like a lean going this way. And then kind of like a... This person has like a business outfit, so not exactly correct, but let's add a little more action here. Windows security. Now's not the time. Adrian, hello. The prompt is fast farm underwear. person's got kind of a lean going on. I think I'm going to move his hand to be like more centered. Oops. Like here, maybe? Hello. First time Jesse Jr. No, this is the second time maybe. The first time though wasn't like canon. I guess, for lack of a better term. Let's maybe put his arm here and then like this. Maybe his waist should be a little more kind of tilted this way. I think in general, I can probably exaggerate this even more. That's the thing about reference is it's good, but you always gotta like bend it a little bit. More like this. Let's see if I can get more of. We need that to be a little bit smaller. A little further away. Yeah, oh, I guess that too. So this is maybe like the third third one. The one I was thinking of was when I had Tank and Junior doing the Full Metal Alchemist handshake meme. I think this needs to be more bendy. I may still need a little bit of extra space here. Not like a ton. I think maybe his head further back this way is probably better for the pose, but anatomically not so much. One second. Okay, to post fan art. Yeah, of course. Okay, there we go. I too am baffled by this. Let's go like this shape, maybe. This whole thing is a little too big still. But yeah, if you post it on Tumblr, like tag me or something. I don't remember how Tumblr works. It's been so long. Let's be... this. Yeah, no, tag me for sure. I would love to see it. Me not being active on Tumblr is just because there are so many websites. And I've never been very good at like keeping up with Tumblr in general. Can probably bring this in a little bit here. Say this goes like this or something. Trying to think of like background stuff as much as I can now before it becomes a problem later. I think I'll take this into about here so that I don't run into tangents on that side. Same with the door frame. I probably bring it in about here. I am also MokaJake on Tumblr, in fact. Yes. And welcome, Zed. You didn't miss much. It was just me rolling to see what prompts we get. Don't know about this being so tilted. Something like that, I think. And something like this, perhaps. Okay, so I'm going like we got fast, farm, and underwear. So what I think I'm gonna do is like I hit the mute button while moving my microphone. I hate that it's so easy to press. What I think I'm gonna do is like Junior kind of rushing past Jesse, who is staying with him, to use the restroom. because he's like fast. And Jesse's staying with him, so he's not used to how long Jesse takes for things. Still don't know about this pose though. Maybe like here or something. Ah! Ah! A raid's happening. Marsh! Oh, your new VTuber models today. How was it? I was hoping I would get to drop by, but I was sorting out problems with my connection. So I didn't get to check it out. So I'll be excited to see clips and stuff. But welcome, Raiders. I'm Jake. I draw stuff sometimes. Used to draw a lot more. But I've been playing video games a bit more recently. Do I want to have a hat on? Probably not. Probably not a hat for this boy. And this probably can go even further this way. Oh, hat toggle. The hat. Yeah. I had to remember what button it was for this one. Something like this, I think. I'm not worried a ton about this other leg. Yeah, but we're just kind of in the sketch stage here, trying to figure out what we even want to do with this drawing. We're doing something a little bit different. We got a bunch of drawing prompts, and I did a random number generator, and we got fast farm and underwear. So we're drawing something that has to try and get a combination of those three things. What I've currently settled on is one of our boys here, Jesse, and his farmer cousin, who he is staying with, who desperately needs to use the restroom and is pushing past him. I think that works, right? Does that work for this prompt? Let me know if I should try something else. Got hair kind of going this way. I don't know if I want him to have like concern face or like angry face. Probably concern. He's not like an angry boy necessarily. I forgot that this is a separate layer. So we want like something here. Door frame here. I guess this is like a counter or something. This angle is like all wrong. Whatever that is. Probably should be more like this, actually. I think. I don't know. Where's the thing? We got like kind of like this. Yeah, I think. Who can say? It just went on vacation, yeah. It got covered by sushi, I guess. I don't know. You could kind of argue that it was like covered up by like part of what was going on with his like cheeks in that one. Maybe. You ever like go to draw something and then you're like, how does this actually look? That's where I'm at right now with this toilet situation. Like, how often do you sit down and like look at a toilet, you know? I think that's probably fine for those things. I want... Does this still do like... Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. It's been so long, I couldn't remember. Probably something like this. For a little door frame here. Say the hinges are like here and here. Not that it matters, but... And we'll say the handle's like here. Perfectly straight door frame. Or door in the frame, I guess. Say this is like tile or something. For the shower. If the door frame is there, probably want the ceiling to be like here-ish. Which means shower probably be like here-ish. So that's the curtain part. Oops. About here, something like that. I'll get rid of this line. Something like this, I think. How meticulous do I want to be? This is too high. How meticulous do I want to be with the background stuff, right? That's the question here. Do I want to go like usual brush? Or do I want to go like... kind of want to do like a little scrungly. A little bit scrungly, as the kids say. No, I'm gonna do the regular one. I'll just do thinner lines, I think. I want like a good combination of this like kind of texture and this like... yeah, I don't know how to describe it. But like once this gets too thin, it becomes like impossible to use. What I think I don't know. I'm so bad at like explaining myself sometimes, but where is this at? But what I want to get kind of back into at some point is like hand inking stuff. Just kind of thinking back on like... oh wait, am I in the good one? Yes. Okay. Just kind of thinking back on like Inktober and stuff because of the time of year and whatnot. Kind of has me like a little nostalgic for it, and something about like inking with ink is just more fun. I don't really know how to describe it other than that. This is all weird, I think. What I should be doing is making a circle. So that the angle of this is not incorrect. But yeah, stuff like what I just did makes digital inking a lot easier. But I don't know, there's just something about doing stuff manually. Like there's a line quality that I have yet to find a brush that like fully encapsulates that feeling. Because like no matter what, whenever you're sort of about here, I think, whenever you're sort of like doing digital stuff, there's like a layer of detachment from the actual thing that you're doing, if that makes sense. Where, like, I don't know, man, you can get all kind of like fancy screen protectors and like I've been seeing so many Instagram ads for like pen nibs and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. There's just nothing quite like just kind of inking by hand and the feeling of a pen or a brush. You know? This needs to be higher. And yeah, that's the one thing that I want both. I want the best of both worlds. As Hannah Montana once said. And that's not a thing I can do at this point in time. Like, what I would love is if they had a version of the Apple Pencil that was just literally a brush. I've seen like cheap Amazon versions of this, but fundamentally it is not the same thing, because it's just using like capacitive touch conducting like filaments or something to interact with the screen still. I need this to be up higher. Like this kind of. But yeah, it still isn't like fully the same, if that makes sense. Because the way in which the pen interacts with the screen is still fundamentally like a 1 and 0 binary kind of computer situation, right? Where it's like wherever it touches and is considered to be touching, and wherever it does not, it does not. Which isn't like always a thing when you're working with a brush. Like, there is a gradient to the pressure sensitivity for like pens now. And maybe I'm just too heavy-handed to fully like utilize that. Oops. But there's like a greater variance in the amount of things you can do with a brush, in my opinion. Like a physical, actual brush. That I have yet to find a comfortable match for digitally. Yeah, digital art does take a lot of getting used to, for sure. I'm gonna do this on a separate layer because I think it'll be easier. But oops. I think I'm just gonna make a bunch of these and like reference them. But yeah, I remember when I first kind of got into digital drawing stuff, it was very difficult because I had an old Intuos tablet. And the biggest like hurdle for me was trying to like get used to having to look up at the screen while drawing downward, until eventually I got an iPad and didn't have to worry about that so much. But when I had the Intuos, I always kind of had this feeling, like I always equated it to when you try to run in like knee-high water, where it's like you are running, but you know you could be running faster and more efficiently if you were just running on like solid ground. So that's kind of always where I kind of come back to for those kind of tablets, where it's like they're not bad, and they do at the end, like at the end of the day, it's better than not running, to keep that analogy going. But yeah. Can you tell I strategically placed some of these on the folds so I don't have to draw so many of them? Okay. Some of them are still probably wrong, but I don't care that much about this. Whoops. Actually, let me do this. This will make this a little easier. If I unmerge those and erase first, then I don't have to worry about accidentally erasing any of these rings. But yeah, digital drawing does definitely take getting used to, and then once you are used to it, it's very weird to go back. Which is why I did really enjoy doing Inktober whenever I could. It was just sort of always nice to kind of get back to basics. I'm going to get rid of all of these because I'm not confident that they are straight anymore. And it'll mess it up if they're not. Not like significantly, but it'll mess it up to me. If that makes any sense to y'all. Oops. But yeah, Inktober as a sort of drawing exercise was always quite fun and good. Back when I was drawing every day, it was also very nice as like a month of free prompts that I didn't have to think of myself, which was always the hardest part about doing those daily drawings. I gotta get rid of one of these cables. I had my headset plugged in because I needed to charge. So I unplugged it and hopefully it's gonna be fine. Okay. Thanks, Maximus. They were fun. Sometimes it was like really cathartic. Like some of the days when I super didn't want to draw, I would end up with like some of the better drawings, or at least some of the more popular drawings. I'll say it like that. So just kind of like forcing myself into doing it was sometimes kind of good. I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition of good, or your priorities, I suppose. I have no idea if this is like... I don't want to put a handle on this thing. It's gonna look even weirder than it already does. Yeah. And in fact, I don't want this on this layer. Because this is in the foreground. I'm sure I'll start to label some of these layers soon. But yeah, the sort of burnout that kind of came along with drawing so much was not like a thing I would recommend. It is important to sort of do that kind of practice, but the like level at which I was trying to maintain it was a little much. Only because of stuff like work. If I didn't have a day job, I probably could still be doing the drawing a everyday kind of thing. What even does... Okay, that's why this looks weird. Let's try and figure this out. it's like not a vertical shape. There's like an angle to it, like inward usually, from what I'm seeing on these reference images. But if that's above that line, this should be like this, which means this comes this way. My headset's being annoying. Let me try something else. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. So annoying. Okay. So the problem that I'm currently having is I need more USB ports. I have a USB hub somewhere and I can't find it. So the USB port that I'm using for the thing that's charging my headset is like not powerful enough. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you sleep well. I think this is a little bit higher, like probably here-ish. I also kind of need to keep into consideration how these angles need to be going. Bit more like this, maybe. I think. Is that why this looks weird? Is the angle's just fully wrong? I don't know. This is what we're going with. Don't judge my toilet anatomy. In context, you'll know what it is. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. How's everybody doing, by the way? I don't remember if I asked that when I started, but I hope you're all doing swell. I appreciate the vote of confidence as well, Zed. Thank you. I'm still so not used to our little PNG friend, because he blinks so, like, drastically, I guess. So kind of seeing it like out the corner of my eye is like a... What's that over there? What's going on? Angle for this was looking weird. I guess. I'm gonna try like using a heftier line here to sort of get those to stand out a little bit more from the background. Okay. So I'd probably start a little closer, I think. How big do I want these tiles to be? Probably about this big. Size of these tiles is all over the place. I want this to be like about here. Just for fun, I'll do those other couple lines there. I guess this would be a different type of ceiling or something. Isn't there usually like a trim on this kind of thing? Just a little bit thinner, I think. color scheme for the bathroom. I don't know. I haven't fully decided yet. I'm thinking like warmer, maybe? What I'm really thinking right now is like a pale yellow or something. So that way I can have this area out here be like a bit darker. This angle feels so harsh. Tizzle, hello, welcome. Finally done lurking or working? Or both, I guess. Could be both. Oh boy, this door is all kind of messed up. Yellow and green? Maybe. I'll have to try it and see. I'm thinking this is like what I'm struggling to decide is if I want this to be like early morning or late at night. Maybe if I just imply hinges here, it'll work. I don't remember if any of this gets covered up from Jesse anyway. Yeah, it does mostly. Okay, so who cares? It's the name of the doorknob, who cares? I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. Turn that off for a bit. Okay, so this is our... Oops. Ground. I don't actually need that layer right now. Nope. Here we go. This is our background. Boy 1 and 2. These are all sketch layers I don't need right now. Early morning. I think I did a I'm gonna flatten this just for the sake of having scale visible while I figure out what's going on with this drawing. I think at one point I determined that Jesse is like a morning shower person. Is my sort of general reason for wanting early morning. this kind of fan out this way some. I'm just going to try and figure this towel out really quick here. Well, what was I going to say? Jesse is the one sort of emerging from the shower here. Junior, I feel, is definitely a end of the day shower person because, yeah, he has to get up and take care of all the animals and stuff. And I imagine he would be like pretty smelly after being out on the farm all day. So it would make more sense to like do that at the end of the day. Got at least one fold here. And another one kind of here. Another one kind of here. Something like that, I think. Okay. His face be kind of this way. Like this kind of shape for the nose. Something like this shape. Needs to be further that way. This needs to be this way. be tilted that way some more. That kind of shape for this arm, I think. Oops. Maybe I'll sort of bring this whole towel situation further this way just so you can see where his arm is. Having the towel kind of cut off his forearm there made it look really strange, like thinner than it should have been. At least that's how it felt just then. So it's probably about here. It's probably about here. It's probably about here. And this is probably about here. Something like that, I think. This would probably be about like that. I lied, no it wouldn't. Probably closer to this. Like that, I think. Guess something like this for this hand. thumb is out of control. Far too large. Oops. But the question now is this about as big as the other one? This, I guess. Yeah. Turnip. But the Prime sub. Hello, friend. And thank you. I hope you're doing well. This probably needs to be moved over that way some more. I think that's probably fine. How goes it, Turnip? Is there anything on this layer? Did I put any? Yes, okay. I think for scale I can probably bring this up a little bit more. So he's quite a bit bigger than him. I think that might be where we're at. deep mystery that is dinner. That's fair. Do you have like options? What are you in the mood for? Boy howdy, I hate that it's been this long that I have to go back and look at how long Junior's hair is. It's about the same. Just a bit shorter in the sides, I think. Okay. His head is too big. Like way too big. Wow. Something a little like this probably. But even that's still a little too big. Mac and cheese or cereal? I am usually a mac and cheese person, but it also depends on how much effort you're willing to put in, because cereal is definitely the easier option. And the prompts we have today are farm, fast, and underwear. So we're drawing Jesse staying with his cousin and taking far too long in the shower. Something like here. It's also not how this muscle is shaped. Okay, so let's think about this. Got our clavicle here. Pecs kind of go this way. Bicep goes here. Deltoid kind of goes here, so this would be up higher, like here-ish. I think this would probably connect more like that shape, I think. Be a bit bigger here. Junior for the farm prompt. By all means, friend. Although I am curious about which of yours would be like doing anything on a farm at any point in time. Probably more like this kind of shape for here. Oh. Breakfast foods outside of breakfast time are the best kind of breakfast foods, in my opinion, personally. It's never a bad time for pancakes. Needs to come a little bit down. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had Junior be not calm. He's a calm individual in general. Propensity for wild expressions. It does run in the family. I think his is kind of more like that shape. I don't know if this detail is really worth including, but I'll draw it just for the sake of drawing it there. Think. Ciao, hello. Hat boy. No hat now. The hat is gone. R.I.P. to the hat once again. Something like that, I guess. Oh, I should probably draw like some kind of effect. Yeah. Well, I don't know who this cutie streamer is, but I'm doing okay. This arm is too lumpy. Oh, I should figure out where this goes also. Forget about that. Middle, I think. That might even be too much. I guess. All right. Let's actually do some inking now. Do I want to go kind of bigger? Maybe I'll just save that for like the outline parts. Yeah, he's having a bit of a rough go. As they say. I feel like everyone's probably been in this feeling at some point in their life, probably. Don't actually need that line there. Good night, Tizzle. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. May you dream of breakfast foods so that you are prepared for them when you wake up. This may not be worth it to do. So I'm just gonna keep on doing it. There we go. Probably want some extra weight here. These little shadowy bits. I may or may not get rid of those later. See how I'm feeling. This is like definitely wider than I usually make his neck, I think. But for the sake of the pose, that's what we're going with. I think I'll give him one little kind of cowlick from over here. Something about this shape feels weird. Try and erase this line in one go so I can see if that fixes it. Not really. I think the problem is that it's too high. I think that might be it. Yeah. A little bit better. Mm-hmm. Something like this, I think. Part of what really helps the expression kind of stand out as being a little more exaggerated is when the eyebrows go over the hair. Sometimes when I'm doing a drawing, I'll have them go under, and that's usually a much more relaxed kind of chill vibe. But kind of sticking them over top like this sort of further emphasizes the shape of them, I guess, for lack of a better descriptor. Which feels like an obvious thing, but sometimes it helps push it a little bit further. I get them eyebrows, in fact, on fleek, as the youth say. Heard a spooky sound. It sounded like something was moving. I don't think it was anything, but I used the opportunity to get up and get a drink. Key, hello. How's it going? On Fleek wasn't 10 years ago, was it? Be very sad if it was. I feel like 5 would be a more accurate number, but maybe that's just wishful thinking. Definitely not 5, actually, now that I'm saying that. Oh, wait, this is a different thing that I erased here. Maybe it was 10 years. Jeez. It could be longer. That makes me sad. No. Almost. No. Needs to be like a subtle curve to that line. But not enough. Kit and friends, hello. Welcome. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How's your night been going? Hopefully pretty well. We're doing some drawing tonight. Chill vibes for a fairly frantic prompt. Carrie, hello. Thank you. I was playing Night in the Woods earlier this week, and I made it for that. And I didn't feel like changing it back. So that's what we're using tonight. I'm hoping to play it again on Friday, which is part of why I'm keeping it. It isn't like difficult to change back or anything. But I figure I may as well use it while I have it. Just 'cause I can. Oh yeah, I guess that's kind of the kind of the downside, is I didn't make a drawing thing for this PNG tuber. Usually I have a drawing thing. So yeah, we're drawing with a PS5 controller today, I guess, or PS4 or whatever. I think I don't actually need that line there. But I do want another line here, maybe? Oh, the best artist draw the PS5 controller. Honestly, if someone did, I would be pretty impressed. Like, what was that, Dreams game? Isn't that the one where you can, like, make stuff with clay or whatever? But that's a VR game, though, right? So maybe they wouldn't be using a controller for that. But still. I would be pretty impressed. It's based on a PS4 controller. Just because that's what I was using for my other model. Calling it a model feels weird. I don't know if I like that. I guess that's the term for, like, VTuber stuff, right? I don't know if it's still considered a model for PNG stuff. I guess this probably would come this way. It would line up with, like, his arm, though, so I guess that's probably fine. This may not work. This little move here is a thing that they do in, like, One Piece a lot. So maybe it'll work here, but I don't really know. Where to sort of emphasize the like contracting of the pupils, you have like a little bit of extra line around the iris part. I don't know if that makes sense. Am I forgetting anything here? Probably not really. I do have to draw like hair stuff, but I'll save that for later. Can put this down in the sketch layers. I don't even really need that anymore. This one can go down in the sketch layers too. And I'll save this for just a little bit. Actually, let me just do this now. This is mostly just to help me figure out where the little hair bits go. Something like that. Character creation in games counts. I mean, I guess. I don't know though. That one feels like a bit of a stretch. Only because the, like, tools are so much more defined in a character creator most of the time. I don't know if that makes sense for what I mean exactly. Boy howdy, it's been far too long since I've drawn this lad. Did I make it so that this stops? Yes, okay. This above the line layer. And we'll do another one kind of below it. That'll give us a little bit of depth, I guess. This one probably also needs to go above the line layer now that I'm looking at it a little harder. Point in the middle where the kind of hairs converge is always the hardest, I think. To sort of figure out. Arameus, hello. Homer, hello. How is everybody doing? My ear got really itchy all of a sudden. I hate when that happens. Just get a random, like, itch somewhere. I just kind of do this now, I guess. I don't remember what color his hair is. I think it's this one. Where is... something like this, I think. This could be the wrong color. I'll come back to it later, though. I think it's actually... that might be the right one. I don't know. Need a little bit more this way. I guess. That wasn't even the thing I wanted to do. Ah. Neither was that. Something like that. I'll have to figure this all out later. Okay. That's that guy. Let's figure out this guy now. Aru, hello. There's gonna be too many things all kind of converging at once if I follow that line to where I had it before. Oops. I don't know if this helps at all. It's kind of like smaller lines. Oh, I'm realizing now that I did a thing on the other guy that I didn't really continue doing. So let me go back and fix that in a little bit. Maybe I should just do it now before I forget. Probably like here-ish. Definitely like here-ish. I added some like line weight to some spots that would have been darker. And I really only did it in like one place. So I need to do it in a couple others or it'll look pretty weird. But I don't want to overdo it as well. Nope. boy, what am I doing with this hair? The impulse here is that since his hair is wet, I am wanting to add a bunch more sort of detail that isn't normally there. I kind of round off the eyebrows a little, sort of help distinguish them from the rest of the hair. Oops. This probably needs to be a lot thinner, actually. I just didn't want to redo it, because it means having to redraw a bunch of other lines. Oops. Giving him a bit of a like angled sort of pointier kind of vibe to his hair for this one, I think. Something like that, I think. Oh. Probably should have drawn Jesse first. Only because I feel like I'm a little more loose for the lines. So on the whole, they probably look a little bit better. No, wait, I need this brush. It's probably too big. Oops. Something like this. Cannot forget this again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I guess. Big stretch. Guess that would kind of be there. Something like that. It doesn't matter, it's all gonna get covered up in a second anyway. But this... I do need to move. I want this to be not quite so. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Sure. Something like this. Good enough. What else? Need his eyes. Put this down here. Put this down here. Okay. Now let's get some color in here. I was thinking kind of like a maybe like here. Like a this kind of color. Sort of like this, maybe. Want this to be like a very, very subtle. But at the same time, it's all gonna get real analogous in here. Like maybe if I go with a pale blue, perhaps? I'll keep it here just for the sake of like blocking in the colors for these other guys real quick. Don't like that. Hard to see. I'm going to change this color a little later, but I mostly just need it to see what I'm doing. Mm. I always feel like I'm being super quiet in my streams lately. The drawing ones, anyway. Part of me wishes I could just stream other music without getting in trouble. Because as nice as this music is, there are no lyrics, so I don't get to at least sing along to stuff. It's just a general chill kind of vibe. Me occasionally talking over the chill vibe beats. Like I wish there was just a way that I could stream Spotify in a way that wasn't like illegal and still got people like paid, so that I didn't have to rely on royalty-free type stuff. Come up with my own lyrics. I am not talented enough to improv a song and also draw at the same time. One of the things that I do miss about drawing so often, though, is that it kind of allows for you to sort of, especially in this part of the drawing, just kind of turn your brain off for a little bit. do other stuff. It's real good for like listening to things. Because essentially where I'm at now is like coloring book levels of concentration. All I'm really doing is trying to not go outside the lines here. So always really great for just listening to things. I've been kind of listening to one of my favorite podcasts on my commute. So I'm still like behind severely. I'm nowhere near caught up with that show. But I am making progress again after not having listened to it for a little while, which feels good. But there's a bunch of other stuff that I used to also listen to while drawing that I just haven't listened to in a long time. And that does make me a little bit sad. But I'm sure I've talked about it on here before, but I will shout out my favorite podcast again because I like it a lot. If you're looking for a fun new podcast, I recommend Finish It is the name of this podcast. It's two brothers reading through choose your own adventure books. They each choose their own adventure each week with the goal of finishing each book. So they keep reading the book over and over again until they've read every page. But it's very delightful. There are slightly some stakes. Where there's like a whole penalty system that they have for like if they both get the exact same read, they have to have a sad pizza party, as they call it, which is basically like a terrible punishment that vaguely involves pizza. And each week they compete to see who gets the better ending, and whoever gets the there's like a whole point system. And whoever gets the highest points at the end of the book gets a free get out of pizza party free card. So they're like trying to do all the things, but also make good decisions. Plus they have a bunch of other goofy shenanigans that they do in between all the reading, which is probably the better part. My favorite part of it is they're both like crazy talented musically, or at least it comes off that way to me as a person who's not at all talented musically, where they structure the show in a similar sort of way to like how TV shows are structured, where there's like intro, break 1, break 2, or it's like intro, break 1, and then middle thing, break 2, and then outro, kind of. But in the context of this show, it's like they do their little intro rambling, then they do like an initial segment that's just kind of whatever, which is usually pretty fun. Then they actually start reading until they get to a point where they sort of branch off from one another. And then one of them continues their read. Then they do like a little quiz in between, where they quiz one another on stuff. A lot of times it's choose your own adventure or ... where they like list off the names of some things, and it's either the name of a choose your own adventure book or of some other thing entirely. They've done like it's a choose your own adventure, or the name of Care Bears the animated TV show episode, or the name of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episode. That kind of goofy stuff. This is this color, I think. More layers. It's by the Yule brothers, Matt and Chris Yule. Spelled like a Yule log, like the Christmas thing. But they're both delightful. And I think one of the reasons they started doing it is because they're like on opposite sides of the country, so this gives them a reason to stay in touch in addition to any other general conversations they have. The line from this door was like really messing me up there. Had to make sure it was on the right layer still. It's called Finish It. It's very good. Oh yeah, I like started to explain a thing and then stopped. The every little introductory like middle segment that isn't them reading the book, they do like little jingles for. Well, they call them jangles, but so you get like tons of little musical things that they just kind of whip up each episode, which is really fun. I'm gonna vaguely put in his other leg here, even though I don't really need to. But just for my mental stability, I guess. But yeah. No, Finish It, like no ED on it. Oh wait, I can just type it. Wait, is it hyphenated? Hold on, now I have to check. No, it's not. They're pretty active on Twitter usually, I think. Or X. Ugh. I'm never calling it that again. I think that's the first time I said it out loud. Ew. I did not like the taste of that. But yeah, if you look for Finish It Pod on Twitter, you'll be able to find them there as well. I think their website is also finishitpod.com, finishitpodcast.com, one of those two things. I keep meaning to also, one of their like bits inspired a thing in my D&D game that I was running, and I keep meaning to like post that somewhere for other people, because the folks I played with were like, you should put this online, and I was like, okay, and then I never did. But one of my favorite bits that they do is called surprise karaoke, where they basically surprise the other brother with a song that they suddenly have to sing karaoke for that they do not know. And so I kind of turned that into a D&D game, which was pretty fun, like a little mini game that happened when my players went into a tavern. There were like rules involved, and I rewrote a bunch of like actual pop songs to be D&D themed. Well, not like pop exclusively, but popular songs, I guess I'll say. I think I did like 12 of them, which is a lot, actually, now that I'm thinking about it again. Okay. Let's get this color out of here. I don't know if I like that one. This one's not so bad. Yeah, okay. I think I'll go with this one. I wanna... Oh, wait, I need to get rid of all the line art layers, actually. Line this down. Alright, what do I want? I want a little bit warmer, kind of. Kind of coming up this way. Bit kind of this coming up that way. Yeah, that's not bad. I may put this over everything. But I mostly just needed it to be above the two of them. And I think I should... Nope, didn't want to do that. Kind of darken up the sky a little bit more. This color's too bright for that. Micah, hello. What's going on in this drawing is I had to find a way to combine the words farm, fast, and underwear. So we've got Jesse staying over at Junior's place and getting shoved out of the way as Junior frantically tries to make his way to the facilities, I guess. I think this is this, and then this one is this. Did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. Yeah, farm, fast, and underwear were the three words. Yeah, I do like this general overlay kind of on top of everything. So, I'll come back to that later. What I need to do first is figure out what's going on with the wall here. Kind of want this to be like here. Yeah. Now, do I want... I think I want outside to be a little bit brighter than inside. Which means I think I want to darken up this room a little bit. But not by much. Actually, no. Oops. Okay. Need this to start here. And a little bit can go here. But yeah, the lighting style, I don't know. I don't know if I have any tips or anything. I was gonna be kind of helpful, but I don't really know. Is there like a specific thing that you're curious about or whatever that maybe I could help as far as the lighting style goes? I'm bad at explaining myself for these sorts of things. Most of what I know is just sort of intuit from casual observation and too many cartoons. Just sort of trying to figure out where to best break up some of the forms, if that makes sense. That looks really cool and really weird. guess. But I probably also need like some reflected kind of color here. Just sort of generally some light, you know? Maybe even above this. Above both of these, actually. Yeah. Live, laugh, flush would be pretty good. The only spot that I would put it would be like here. But that's like mostly covered, so I'm not really going to worry about it. Okay, so I need this to be about here. I need it to be a little bit darker than the stuff that's behind it. All right, I forgot. I feel like he would have not have like a super elaborate shower curtain. Junior doesn't really strike me as that kind of guy. Help him look less flat. A good way that, well, I don't know, this may help, it may not. Look at like how like video game artists will render certain objects, especially like low poly stuff. Like to kind of put it in games that I've played here. Donut County is a low poly game that I would consider to fall in this category. But that can sort of help to get a feel for like how to distinguish between the planes of a thing. Like the low poly stuff would be the object in its absolute simplest form, like the lowest possible complexity that you can have for a thing. And that will sort of help you to distinguish between like where you can make your distinctions between light and shadow, if that makes sense. Because a thing that I remember hearing a lot of in our like drawing classes and stuff back in my school days was that especially when we had to do our first like pencil drawing. We had a class where we had to do a pencil drawing that had to take like 40 hours. And at first it was one of those things of like everybody in the class was used to just sort of drawing with like their regular sort of number 2 pencils or whatever. And so they had to basically figure out, well, what do I have this other, like the 2H and the 2B pencil? Like, these are not the number 2 HB pencil that I'm used to. And a lot of that sort of over time, I'm telling this in like the most roundabout possible way. A lot of the hesitation that people kind of had at the start was that you sort of get everything as like, you get your darks as dark as they can go and your lights as bright as they can go with the one pencil. But then once you get the other pencils that can do darker and lighter things, you realize that you have a lot more room to like work with. So I guess like all that to say, there's like a way to like focus on the extremes that will sort of help to fill out the form of a thing. Because a lot of times what can happen is a thing will look flat because it either, like, you're not focused on the planes of the object appropriately, or because your lightest lights and your darkest darks are not that far from one another. Like, on a scale of white to black, your white should be the lightest thing and black should be the darkest thing. And you should find a gradient of enough steps kind of in between. But a lot of times, especially when like folks are just sort of starting with pencil drawings, what you'll find is that you kind of have a lot of like gray in between. Oh wait, cow print would be really good actually. So rather than going like to put it into this kind of perspective, rather than going like from here to here, people kind of just hang out in this general zone. So like your darkest thing will be like here and your lightest thing will be like here. And then you're like, well, why isn't it dramatic enough? And it's because you kind of skipped a bunch of steps in between. I hope that helps and makes sense. But basically when I'm doing like light and shadow stuff, I do a bunch of these like goofy sort of gradient things when kind of trying to find the color. But then I actually kind of solidify the lighting with like a very harsh shadow usually and a very harsh light usually to get the lights and the darks kind of appropriately up there. But I'm also like generally a fan of like high contrast stuff in like photos and drawings and stuff like that. So I'm usually trying to get, whoops, this is the wrong layer. I'm usually trying to get stuff to be like a very high contrast kind of vibe. If that makes sense. Like I don't do muted colors very well. Or even like very analogous color palettes. I don't do those quite well either. To the disc as opposed to the classic. Oh, like the square? I just don't like the square. The disc helps me to think of like the color wheel and where things are in relation to one another. But with the square, you just kind of have like the values down here to kind of slide around in. you get all the same information as the circle, but with the circle, I have like, I can sort of more finely tune like where I want to be on the color wheel, if that makes sense. Where it can be like, oh, I want this to be a little bit warmer, so I can come up to these kind of spots, or like, oh, I should cool this down. How far am I from down here? It's just a personal preference kind of thing. Not like a need to do kind of thing. It's just for me personally, because I'm not very good at color. So it helps me kind of cheat a little bit. Plus it helps me to remember that like adding white and black is not your only option when trying to change the way a thing looks, in terms of like how light and dark it is. Sometimes you can just add colors depending on the colors around it to sort of change the way you're trying to change a thing. I'm glad you liked the artifacts. That was one thing that I did miss the most about drawing on stream, was not being able to share fun little artifacts. How far down does this even go? Because if this isn't very far, I'm not going to worry about it that much. Do like one more here. I didn't fill this one in. It's almost a tragedy. This is all going to get covered by that toilet anyway. Where's the... There we go. I thought that was bigger. Artifacts. Oh, I need to add a little bit of something to this tile here. just to kind of help distinguish it from the rest of the wall. It's like that thing of like white tile in a room that isn't like fully tile, you know? So it's like two things that are meant to be the same color, but they're different materials. So one is like a little bit different. Yeah. I think that's fine. I don't really want to do any super extra stuff with the rest of this. Realize this should be in shadow as well. What's going on here? I just had the wrong color. If I wanted to be real fancy, I would do something like this. And hit just this part of this door. And like a little bit of this stuff. That might be too bright. Yeah. Okay. Now what's going on with this kid? What are we doing here? I need some of this, some of that. I'm remembering that I forgot a thing. Wanted this ear to kind of poke through a little bit here. Let's just give him the bright greens. that down just a little bit. May change his hair slightly. Just to kind of tone it down a little bit, but I think it reads okay. What I'm concerned about is that the hair is going to be too similar in color to the lines themselves. But I think it might be okay. I'm not sure yet. Just trying to come and fill all this in. I may make the eyebrows a slightly different color. Actually, yeah, maybe that's what I'll do is I'll change the color of the hair slightly, but make the eyebrows the normal color. Just so they pop out a little bit more and you can read them a little easier. Like if I kind of took this down to about here. It's still kind of left these where they're at. And then I'll probably do a similar thing for Junior as well. Probably pull this a little bit closer. That's fine. Oh, that's right. Since I have a thing kind of over top of this, maybe I should just fill this in. Fully white. Still like a little bit of a tint to this color. It's not like perfectly white. So I should be able to still kind of do a little bit of stuff to it with the lighting and the shadows. But since we got those other kind of adjustments of color on top of this, it might be okay to be a little bit different there. What color should his towel be? I guess I'll go for like a darker green, maybe. I may change this. My impulse is always to go like blue for Jesse. But I don't want it to stand out super hard from everything else in this image and draw like way too much attention to itself. But this color may not be the best color choice either. I suppose because it's Junior's, maybe it could be another color. Maybe I'll just make it like a darker gray or something. I don't know. Just like a generally warm gray, perhaps. I'm gonna fill this all the way in by itself first, though. And then I can just change the color after. But yeah, are there any other art questions? I kind of missed rambling about art stuff. I don't get the chance to do that in my normal day-to-day life as much. So I'm always kind of happy to answer any random questions. Yeah, this is not what I'm feeling. I think like here. That's better. Yeah, and it kind of matches the cow thing. Okay. These are flat colors. What do I want the shadows to be? Maybe I should just come back to that later. I think I do want this for light, though. Maybe I'll just do a little bit of rim lighting here. Since I usually start with the shadows and end up getting way too carried away anyways. Sort of intentionally going out of the lines here. Because I'm gonna erase all this stuff afterwards. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much right now. I'm gonna need some little water drippies on him as well, probably. At some point. The key to my lines, I guess, is that I am actually like not super great to pay a ton of attention to for line art stuff, because I am very heavy-handed with my drawing, partially because I have very dumb eyes. So it's hard for me to see things far away, which means that all of my life I have always pressed quite hard, quite firmly on pens and pencils when drawing and writing. Not to the point that it'll like break something, but more firm than other artists, I'm sure. Like as my general threshold, like the floor of my pressure is higher than most, I will say. At least that's the vibe that I've gotten from like other art folks over the years. So because of that, I've adjusted the like curve of my pen pressure settings slightly to kind of account for that. So in general, they're all sort of like fairly consistent. Like the lightest press and the heaviest press are not as far apart as they would be by default, if that makes sense. I think I need a new microphone arm, or I just need like a different place to put it or something. I always feel like I'm being super loud when I mess with this thing. And as far as like the straightness of the line quality, a lot of that comes from just sort of like you want to, this is another like little thing that I kind of picked up in my drawing class all those years ago. At some point I'm gonna have to just stop attributing them to school and just like say this is a thing that I've learned. My grandpa always says that if you say a thing that he likes, he gives you 2 attributions for the thing, and then it just becomes a thing that he says. So the first 2 times he'd be like, you know, my buddy Turnip says, but then after the 3rd one, it's like, you know, I've heard they say, or like, just no attribution at all. So maybe I'll have to start doing that with like art school things. But anyways, the key to getting good lines is to draw with your whole arm. Sometimes people just kind of draw with like their wrist, which is good if you're trying to get like shorter lines. Like from here to here, that's like a wrist move. Like here, that's a wrist move. But like here, it's like a whole arm, like you're moving from your shoulder to kind of make those arcs. And those tend to be a lot smoother because you have a larger sort of fulcrum, I guess. I don't know. There's like a mechanical science part of it that I don't know because I am but a fool who barely understands. But I just know that it works. High risk, high reward. Yeah, no. Only because I've never considered the rest of my arm to be my high wrist. But I do like where you're coming from. But I've never been like, oh, my upper wrist hurts when talking about like my shoulder. But that is the only reason that I would not refer to it as high risk, high reward. Come from a land down punter. I need a little bit on this part. But yeah, the wobbly lines can kind of come from the other part of it, like, so you just kind of have to commit to a line sometimes. Like if you kind of start and stop a bunch, that also gives you wiggly lines. That's why you'll see me sometimes just kind of like drawing the same line a bunch over and over again, because you have to do it in like one fluid motion sometimes. And sometimes when I do that, it's not the correct spot. So I'll have to do the motion a couple of times. I think I want some of this here. Oh, I was like seeing his beard through his hair. So I needed to make sure that that was not an opacity thing. but fully a color thing. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. How is everybody? Hope you're doing well. If you're new, my name is Jake. I'm not normally a bear, but I do sometimes draw. And I hope you're doing well. The basic cult. Oh no. I wouldn't say that any of you are basic. But how was the stream? I saw that you tweeted about streaming. Well, posted on Blue Sky. But I was like in the process of starting my stream, so I was like, I want to go say hi, but I can't. So I'm glad I get to say hi now. Hello. How did I do the PNG tuber? There is a program that I use called PNG Tuber Plus. It was made by like a person, a single person. So it's on itch.io. It's pay what you want. But basically it works like you build the PNG tuber in terms of like pieces. So like there's a head piece, eye pieces, etc. You build all those things separately, and then the program kind of does all the little subtle animations for you, which is pretty great for someone like me who loves the idea of an animated thing, but boy howdy, does animation take a long time and more than I'm able to spend most days. But oh no, you got bullied? Was it by Eris Morn or like just people online? I have barely played at all this season, so I don't know if Eris Morn is bullying people or not. Got an Amazon. Curse you, Bezos! I use a program called PNG Tuber Plus. It's made by a person on itch.io. There's a link to it somewhere on this page. But that's the thing that I use. Bullying you through Lightfall. Well, I mean, if it works, it works. I just hope you're enjoying it. I enjoyed Lightfall. I enjoyed most of that game. I just haven't really played it all like the past couple seasons, which is like a little bit of a bummer. Gonna put this above the line layer. I'll make it color dodge and blur it. I lied. No, we won't, because first I need to clean it up. Now I'll do that thing that I said I was going to do just now. Yeah, I highly recommend. It's very cool, very easy to use, which is a big deal for me, who is lazy and tired. Oops. But yeah, it was really quick and easy to kind of get this Night in the Woods dude implemented when I decided I was going to play that earlier this week. I should probably add some like Steam or something at some point to this. I don't know that I will, but I probably should. I need to remember how I do this. I think this... Scott, hello! I hope you're also doing well, Scott. I think it's like this kind of thing. Oh wait, you know, I need it to be a different color, first of all. Here it is. And I need to be like this, I think. Is this how this goes? This is probably not the color I want. Man, how did I used to do this? I'm trying to remember how to make water effects happen. So just multiply? It doesn't seem right. No Kai, hello. I'm glad that you enjoy my work. I appreciate it. How in the world did I used to do this? Is it this maybe? Oops. It was like a color. And then this is probably good enough. I guess. I don't know. Oops. Maybe what I want actually from this is no, I don't want like I'm trying to work with like warm colors for this one. But oh, this is I think what I was thinking of. I think. So we want like a little bit of a harshness here, but also just like a lot of softness. But also I want big softness everywhere but the hair. The hair shouldn't be glowing. I don't know. I don't really like it. Maybe I'm just not going to worry about it. Yeah, who cares? Okay. That's that kid. Let's do this other guy. I gotta force myself to remember general to specific sometimes. I think it was like here. And like here. A little bit lower. Maybe? A little bit higher. How high up is it there? A little higher. Okay. Oh yeah. I should probably at some point explain the weirdness that is this image. At the start of this, I grabbed one of those October drawing prompt lists, and we just picked 3 of them at random, thanks to a random number generator. And smushed them together, because it's already the 20-something and there's no way I'm going to draw 31 things at this point in the year, in the month. So, The three for this one were fast, farm, and underwear. So the prompt that we're doing is Jesse staying at his cousin Junior's house and Junior shoving him out of the way because he very quickly needs to use the restroom. Oops. House. I mean, I guess. Maybe. I feel like an outhouse would be so much less convenient for so many other things that, like, this one very rare chance opportunity situation would not be, like, enough to warrant an outhouse. In my opinion. My humble opinion. Fast farm and underwear, which is why he's in his underwear. I think I want this to be above that. The wash basin. Where's the airbrush? Should I? Yeah, I guess I probably should add some, like, here, and probably like here. Very slight. I need to add some for him now too, though. Like here, and like here. Yeah. Oh, that's right. This is the wrong color. Oops. I think I'm going to do kind of the opposite of what I did for Jesse with the hair and eyebrow situation, where I kind of made Jesse's eyebrows a little bit darker. I think I may make Junior's a little bit lighter. I thought I turned the double tap pen thing off, but evidently I didn't. And it still just kind of happens sometimes when I'm flipping my pencil around, or my canvas around. It's so annoying. Oh yeah, Junior does have blue eyes. I forgot. That saved me. That would have been like 10 minutes later, I'd have been like, why does he look weird now, suddenly? Alright, something here is not fully connected. What could it be? Eyebrow? That was a quick fix. Wait. No, he also has green eyes. Yeah. I had to go and double check that because I was like, I feel like I gave them the same color eyes. They have the same color eyes and the same little freckle. It's just their hair that's a different color. What did I go with? Did I go with this for Jesse? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just got your own drawing uploaded. Nice. What was the one for today again? I could just unhide the layer, but then I'd have to stop doing what I'm doing. So I'm just going to ask you instead. Right to work on tomorrow's. Oh, touch. This would be the part where I start singing a Daft Punk song, but copyright restrictions prevent me from doing so. So I won't. I probably still could, I just don't want to. I make this a little bit lighter, I think. Starting super early is like a galaxy brain strat that I never considered when doing the daily drawing things. For me, it was always like, until I go to sleep, that counts as like the same day as far as drawings are concerned. A Gaga song. Lady Gaga. Just very slightly brighter. And we need a little darker, a little warmer. Actually, maybe let's just go fully, like, over here. Yeah, that should be okay, I think. Just gonna do this to save myself a headache later. This is another instance where I was just kind of like, in my head at the very start of this, I would have gone with like blue for these. But trying to keep it slightly in the same ballpark of temperatures. So let's see if this color works instead. I'm basically trying to keep everything to the same half of the color wheel. Okay. I may be forgetting something, but until I figure out what that is. Oh, well, I'm glad your guest also enjoys. Hello, Turnip's guest. I hope that you're doing well if you're still watching me do this. And that sounds great, Maximus. Mm-hmm. Somewhere in this general ballpark. I think this is a little better here. I'm sort of leaning very heavily on the lighting here to sort of pull Junior forward and push Jesse backward a little bit more, so that they read as like two separate things and not as a single sort of blob in the middle, if that makes sense. I hope it does. But what I'm thinking I may do is a secondary lighting pass just for the parts of Junior that are sort of in the light, to give him the same kind of like rim light that Jesse has. Jesse is not very self-conscious about most things with Junior. He and Junior are basically brothers. They kind of grew up together, so he doesn't really feel the need to sort of like hide anything from Junior. I missed some hair. The only person he's like, well, he's also kind of this way around some of the other guys as well, but Junior and Roz, he's not really that shy around because he's known them for a very long time. But yeah, since they kind of grew up together, they're pretty close. Were you here when I gave the whole like Jesse backstory info dump last time, Turnip? I don't remember. Because if not, I'll explain it all again. But I don't want to go rambling about my OCs for no reason. If it's a thing you've already heard. Yeah, the last stream. Don't recall. Do you want me to info dump the Jesse backstory stuff that I kind of talked about last time? I always feel kind of like bad randomly talking about these boys for extended periods of time. Because it's like, I just made this up. I don't know if you guys care. Okay, so the lore dump was essentially that Jesse's dad kind of passed away when he was very young. And so he and his mom moved in with Junior's side of the family for a while. That was Jesse's father's brother is Junior's dad. So he and Junior got very close. But Jesse was like one of those kids who acted out, quote unquote. So they kind of sent him to a boarding school for a while. And I guess here. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out where these little separations of hair would go. So yeah, he got sent to a boarding school. And because of that, it kind of forced him to keep in touch in a long distance kind of way with Junior. So when he eventually left the boarding school and moved to the city, it wasn't like as big of a deal for them to keep in touch over a long distance. And he still tries to come visit as much as he can. But that's like their general sort of relationship. As they were basically brothers when they were quite small. I think they're like 2 years apart, I think is what I decided. Junior's very slightly older. Although maybe I should make it a little bit less, because I don't know if canonically that ever has come up yet. So maybe maybe I shorten that gap slightly. But I feel like 2 years is still enough to be reasonably close. Oh, I said he was 3? Okay, then 3. It's been so long. I couldn't remember if I said he was 26 or 27. So maybe I'll make it 2. Anything can happen with these made-up fictional boys. Yeah, that's the general sort of vibe, is basically Big Brother status, but not so old that it would have been like when they were kids. He would have been like, why do I have to watch the baby kind of vibes? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because sometimes kids kind of get that way where they're like, I have to watch this baby child. I don't want to do that. So I wanted him to not be that old. Pick of them playing as kids. That would be kind of fun. Maybe I should do that sometime. Trying to think of the sort of folds in this fabric here. So that I'm able to sort of convey that with lighting and not have to draw a bunch of lines. When you have to draw a bunch of lines to convey like form and shape and stuff, that's, in my opinion, when I've noticed, it starts to feel like it's very busy. So if you can get away with doing it with just color, it will probably be better off for you in the end. No, we never got a when they were younger picture of Junior or Cecil. I only really went back to do Roz that one time and Kai that one time. Just because I was thinking about their lore. Their respective lore entries. Which I haven't like fully fleshed out yet. But I have like the general big pieces. I mean, I guess that's true of all of them at this point. I have the sort of big shapes in, but there are some things that I haven't fully figured out yet for what I want for them. Junior, I think I could see Junior with a rat tail. If only because that was like a thing from like Star Wars and stuff, so like maybe. Much like with Jesse's line art here, I'm trying to be a little bit quicker, a little more angular. Some of these shapes. This doesn't make any sense for where it is on his face. Maybe a little bit here. He said something along the lines of like, I don't remember exactly. I had it like figured out earlier on and now I forget. I just remember he called him a city boy for sure. Something like move it, city boy. Your showers take too long or something like that. Something to that effect. But I'll remember the specifics by the time I get around to posting this wherever it goes. Something like that. I'm sure he's probably got some kind of like colorful idiom to use. Kind of country saying. I always think of him like oh man, I can't remember his name. Clay from Shaolin Showdown. That's the kind of vibe I have for the way that he talks. Tried to go back and watch that again recently. Not like super recently, but like kind of recently. I made it pretty far. There were more seasons than I remembered though. So it very quickly got past the point that I remembered the show getting to. I want to do that also with SWAT cats. But I can't find it anywhere that's like decent quality. But every now and then, you know, you just kind of be like, dang, I should watch that thing again. I wonder if it holds up. The villain from Shaolin Showdown? Are you talking Wuya the ghost, or the heck was that one guy's name? The scientist kid? Or the dragon guy? Because they had a bunch of villains like by the end of it. Dang. I'm gonna have to Google this now. Hold on. Jack Spicer. Yeah. I hate that it took me so long to remember that, but that was that guy's name. Okay, so here is what I think I need to do. Need to push Jesse back a little bit more. So let me try filling this whole layer. By keeping it sort of beneath the dramatic lights. Can't really see those little droplets that are like not on him, so I'm just gonna kind of focus on ones you can kind of see here. Jack Spicer. He also just had a really fun name to say. Okay. Need to see if this works. Oh wait, this is the wrong person. Okay. It does work. Sort of. Oh wait. I need to just leave this off for now. Nope. Trying to sort of take away a little bit of the harshness of some of these lines just by kind of changing the color of them so that they act more like, again, like a lighting and shadow situation. And less like harsh lines. Oops. Which simultaneously kind of like adds volume, but also sort of flattens everything out a little bit. In a way that's like kind of hard to explain. Like it leaves your sort of outermost outlines very dark and distinguishing from everything else, which kind of flattens out each individual form. I don't know. I feel like I'm describing this poorly. Basically, black outline around everything sort of reinforces the fact that it's like a singular shape, which can sometimes give it a sort of like Paper Mario cutout feel in the same way that like a white outline around everything makes it look like a sticker. But at the same time, it also sort of lessens how harsh some of these other lines are. And sort of helps to draw the eye to certain places rather than other places. I hope that was like a good enough explanation for why I'm doing this. But basically it sort of helps with the clarity. Things look a little more distinct and clear. But it has the drawback of sometimes making things a bit more flat as well. I keep forgetting to do this. There we go. It like kind of works with the teeth, sort of. Let me just try it. If I don't like it, I can just erase it later. Yeah, that works. But like, see how it's sort of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, like sort of lightens up one side versus the other. It's like the same amount of lines, but it doesn't feel as cluttered and heavy. Because some of the lines are a different color. They're not all the same color as the outline. But you still want to keep your sort of like harsh, sort of shape defining lines like this one over here. And the bigger outlines as well. But like these guys, out of here. Mm-hmm. Good night, Zed. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Have dreams about, what was it? Waffles? Is that what we said earlier? Oops. That's probably fine. A little bit down here. A little bit over there. I almost forgot all about this stuff over here. I think that's fine for those. I also noticed that I forgot to do that for the lighting. Okay, so now I need to do some of the effects. Turn that down just a little bit. I think I also need to do something like this. Maybe this color. There we go. Just to sort of really drive home the light. We definitely don't want to overdo this. So I'm trying to keep it to just the sort of spots that are sort of directly getting hit by this light. That golden hour glow. All it takes is a little bit of a blur from your light layer, and then just changing the color of some of the lines. Probably here as well. Probably here. And like most of this part of his hair. This is a very like final detail kind of move. This is the kind of detail that back when I was on the like, this needs to be done by midnight thing I was on, I would skip this. This is not an every time needed kind of thing, but it does usually look pretty neat when you're able to do it. Sort of really adds to the drama, the intensity of the light. I didn't really need to do that because I'm just going to do the same thing here. Gotta be careful on his earring because that's all just one big part of the line layer. Probably a little bit here as well. Trying to use it very sparingly for this part of his hair in particular. I think that's fine. Trying to add a little bit of like water droplets. Unfortunately, it's just kind of hard to see. Due to where the light is, but I'm still gonna put them in anyway. Gotta do the same thing for Junior here with this light. Something like this. Oh, I just remembered I have stuff in the foreground I still have to kind of color. Oh no. Shouldn't take super long, but I thought I was in the home stretch. Not yet, but we're getting there. Mm-hmm. Curse my hubris. Yeah, this would probably be as well. Something like this, I think. Oops. Being far too particular about these. I'm being far too particular about these as well. In addition, it's not that important, but here I am, still doing it. I think I need one more. Nope. Nope. Let's see. What? Oh wait, did my pencil die? Oh no. I wish it would tell me. Gotta turn on the finger painting thingy for just a second. Don't want to do a lot in front of his face here. At the risk of like sort of detracting from the legibility of the expression here. I think I could probably get one more in here. That's probably fine. What I'm looking at is if this sort of bicep area would have some of this or not. Better be done, because I am. I heard they announced another new one. It looks like the new one, or the old new one, but it still charges like the old one, except now it's USB-C. That's what I've heard. Which is pretty neat, I guess. As long as it's usable. Okay. Let me see if this works now. Nope. Let me grab this color. Oh no, wait, I had a much darker color before. This is pretty much gonna all be like darker than everything else. I'm trying to separate the picture into like 3 sort of like layers or planes, if you will, where I want the sort of background to be like the lightest, least noticeable thing, and the foreground to be like the sort of darkest thing, with the 2 fellas here kind of in between. Want this to be a little more noticeable than it was. Something like that, I think. Oh, I was taking a drink and I'm now noticing the chat. The new like pencil stuff. It does look different, but it still is an Apple Pencil. So it's still basically the same thing. Of like it looks like the current one. What is happening here? Let me just do this instead. That was so weird. Where it looks like the current thingy. But like it has a little cap on the back of it. I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe. It looks like a mix between the 2 of them though, I guess. Oops. That I have to like finger paint this. It's so inaccurate. Mechanical pencil. could be neat. Who can say? I'm sure it would be 8 times more expensive than it needs to be if they did. What if I did like this color instead? This might be fine. Oh no. Something like this. Let me see if this works now. Yes, okay, cool. Oops. A typical file as a PNG. I have no idea. I could find out though. Oops. I'll check out this. Oh, wait. Forgot that I'm erasing, not filling, so I have to actually manually do this. How annoying. I'll check out the stats page at the end, and we'll learn together. I can't imagine it's that large though. Still feeling like I need to add some more warmth to this layer. Does this do anything for me? Not really. That might work. Just need this to be a different color from the rest of it. Probably also need like just a little bit of extra warmth and light. So it's still kind of read. Where's that thing at? Something like this, I think. I'm trying to sort of zoom out here. To sort of see if you can sort of clearly distinguish between the two of them from like further away, just as a general sort of helper to see if it like reads the way that I want it to read. I think that's probably fine. What I could do here is go back through now and like add a bunch of shadows to this, but I don't know if I want to do that. So I don't think I will. What I think I will do instead is sort of vignette this a little bit here. Just a little. And probably a bit more with a darker kind of color. But like a little bit more focused on the corners here. Just kind of lighten that up a little. Seems like enough of a distinction. I think what I may do here is this. Let's grab one of these kind of skin tone colors, and I want like this zone to be a bit darker. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay. Yep. That's all it took. Maybe a little less. On this little foot here. Oh. We need the big brush. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, I don't have to do that. I'm remembering now I can just do it this way. Copy and paste. Let's get a gradient map on here. And yeah, this one's probably pretty good. Again, with that like contrast thing, this is the sort of look I tend to go for, where it's like you can tell like the brights are a little bit more dramatically bright and the darks are a little more dramatically dark with like these little gradient maps I'm adding. This is without and this is with. That's what I mean when I'm talking about like wanting to push my values to be just a little bit darker and a little bit more contrasty. One of these might be good, just as a general sort of color treatment here. Maybe. Just to kind of keep it a little. Bring this down actually. I want to keep it from being a little too red. Add a little bit more like coolness back in, but not like a ton. Do I even want this layer? I don't think so. I'm not gonna put it on there. Okay. But what I do want is more of this. Because I'm realizing there are some effects I still want to do. Something like this, I guess. Oh, you know what, actually? Maybe I want, like... little wigglies here instead. Good night, Chow. Thank you for hanging out. Totally hit the microphone just there, and I'm so sorry if that was very loud. I think that's probably good. I'm gonna super overdo it if I keep staring at this. Where name go? Let's go this color, I guess, and I'll put it, I guess, up here. Yeah, I guess. realizing that the gradient kind of messed with the colors of the towel here a little bit, but I don't hate it, so I'm gonna leave it. And I think that's gonna be fine. Another thing that I'm remembering that I totally forgot about last time is this little move. Totally forgot about it last time I did one of these. Gotta fight against that compression. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna look up the stats, so let's look up the stats. Where'd it say that at? Oh man, if only I did 100 more strokes. But that's about how big it is. 869 megabytes. So there you go. That's where we're at for this. I'll hit this while I kind of talk about nothing. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I hope you had a good time. Hope it was nice and chill for you. Let's see if I can raid somebody. Let's see who's on right now. Nobody that I know super well, so let's go watch otters instead. We're gonna go watch the Marine Mammal Rescue otter highlights. Just to keep everybody in a nice chill spot. Thank you all for partying, vibing, hanging out, whatever it is that you decided to do while you've been here. I'll be back again Friday, probably to play some more Night in the Woods. Yeah, I should be back next week around this time for more art stuff. Maybe I'll do it again sooner. I don't know. I'm sort of working my way back into doing art stuff again, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, in the meantime, thank you all for hanging out, and I hope to see you again next time. Remember to be chill, be cool, be nice, and take it easy. Goodbye.